right, good evening and happy Pi Day. I am Justin D. Morgan, your host of Classically Schooled, and today I have a special build for a special day. Now, if you're thinking when I say Pi Day, I'm talking about the confectionery delight, that is not what I'm talking about. I do apologize if that makes you hungry, but it is kind of hard to talk about the mathematical constant pi without invoking dessert. So why is it Pi Day? Well, pi is 3.14, and today is March 14th. So, therefore, it's Pi Day. And what do I have for Pi Day? A Pimoroni Picade that has been sitting on my shelf for way too long. So, therefore, I'm going to put it together tonight. And to pair with it, I have a Raspberry Pi 4 that I had attempted to use as a source for a camera in streaming before. And I have an upgrade, because I'm not content to build it just as it is. I have the RGB LED buttons. Now, what games can this play? Alright, so, well, first of all, let me say hi to the people I see in the chat. So, hi Alex, Thomas, and Chris. Welcome to the stream. Alright, now what games can this play? This can play a lot of retro games because it is a Raspberry Pi, and in this case that's a Raspberry Pi 4, because this one's designed for Raspberry Pi 4. If I used a Raspberry Pi 3, I would have a slight power problem, so I'd have to get an adapter. So, luckily I do have a Raspberry Pi 4, and it runs it can actually run any Raspberry Pi operating system that the Raspberry Pi can run. So I have picked to run, there's a distribution called RetroPie, and it is pre-built to automatically run the emulation front end, and it can actually emulate many of the classic game consoles such as NES, Super NES, Genesis. I'd have to pull up the exact list because I'm sure I'm going to. No, it's because no one wants to look at my extremely chapped hands. So, well, I guess I am somewhat preparing for St. Patrick's Day later this week. So, I have been called an elf before, but yes, it does run MAME, and I am struggling to try to remember all of the game consoles that it can actually emulate, because that is a very good question, because it is actually really thorough. Documentation, let's see here. Systems emulated by MAME. And I believe MAME stands for Multiple Arcade Machine Emulator, or something like that. So, the arcade database. I'm trying to find the list. It'd be too easy for them to have a concise list of systems it emulates. That would be way too easy. Come on. Name. Supported systems. If I can find this, I will. Here we go. I think I found a list. Alright, that looks correct. Let me pull up screen share. Share. Screen. There we go. Alright, so it looks like, according to the compatibility list, we can emulate multiple Atari systems, including the 2600 ST Jaguar. We've got several Apple systems, including the Apple 1, 2, and 3, and some Macintoshes. Which, if I'd realized that, I could have maybe cheated and made this a Marcintosh stream, but no, this is not Marcintosh, this is Raspberry Pi. Several Commodore systems, including the VIC-20 and Commodore 64, and the Amiga. The GP32, some Hewlett-Packard systems. We won't talk about those IBMs. Lisa was not on the list. Yeah, all right. It could do Missile Command. Alex wants one. All right. So, Konami, Microsoft, MSX. I know not as loved of a platform as others. Some of the PC Engine and TurboGrafx systems. Namco systems. NES, SNES, N64, Game Boy. We got the Sega Master System, Genesis, 32X, Saturn, Dreamcast, PlayStation and PlayStation 2, and even some TI calculators. What do you know? So anyways, that's the list of systems, and I think this website will just kind of go on and on with more details on them. So, pretty capable system. Needless to say, I'll be able to play lots of cool retro games. And then with the RGB buttons, hey, RGB. And then I pulled out the best Raspberry Pi I had. So it's a 4GB Raspberry Pi 4. It's open because I'd tried to use it for another project, which actually that project's currently now using a Raspberry Pi Zero. So without further ado, I think it's time to open the Picade. I believe the Picade, the one I have, the 10-inch, is $249. Not including the Raspberry Pi 4, which is you have to buy separately, and not including the Picade buttons, which I want to say this was $20. And then you'll need a micro SD card, which those could be had for about $10. I've got a Samsung 32GB one, and I've already written the operating system image. Yes, and so what is in the box? Well, I have 3 copies of the errata/FAQ. So that's cool. Have an envelope here, which oh, there we go. I should have known. Stickers. Wow, look at, there are lots of stickers in here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably going to pull up the instruction website because, yeah, it's about $300 to start. That sounds about right. Wow, so I've got lots of stickers. Oh, there we go. I think that's still sort of correct. My other computer costs $35. I feel like I hit the sticker jackpot here. Oh, there we go. Do not unplug. Doing a science. All right. Well, I do say the stickers kind of take some of the pain away from the $300 price tag. Although the one drawback is if you want to buy one of these now, I know I seem to pick the worst times for live streaming things. The only problem with buying a Raspberry Pi these days is they're out of stock frequently. Yeah, I believe there is a huge poster in here, which there is no way I will be able to show on screen. Alright. That's probably an important assembly part, so I probably should hold on to that. Somehow, I suspect the assembly instructions are on the back of this gigantic poster. There we go. There they are. Yeah. So, I know I can't really... Well, actually, there is something I could do to show you the scale of this poster. There we go. I know you can't read that, but at least you can probably see this poster is gigantic. It's got a cool... So, that's what it'll look like when it's done. That's actually a really nice poster. So, there we go. Cool poster. And then they've got all the parts separated into, I think it's 4 inner boxes. So we've got the box with the fixings. So this has the Picade X hat, the nuts and bolts, spacers and grommets, HDMI plus USB cables, fixing corners, rubber feet, and hookup wires. In other words, the bits and bobs. Because they are a British company. And the screen is in here. So this has a 10-inch screen. Okay, they have... So I did get the 10-inch screen. So this has a 1024 by 768 10-inch screen probably. Oh, this says 8-inch screen, but they probably have one box for all of them. Display driver, display keypad, and keypad cables. And then we have the accessories box. Power button, arcade buttons, joystick, and speaker. Yeah. Indeed, DJ Craze. Are you a Southerner? Because that is exactly what I think of when I see the word fixings. Or fixins. Your home-cooked Southern sides. Hello, Eric. Welcome to the stream. And then this is the cabinet box. Oh, okay. Well, I guess they have fixins up there, too. So, and they are metal side panels, so this isn't a flimsy project when it's done. This will be pretty substantial. Yeah. All right. All right, so the first step here is to take the cabinet and fixins boxes. Hello, Vintage Hillbilly Shack. And I need to remove the nuts, bolts, and plastic corner brackets. Something tells me I am going to probably run out of bench space. Alright, so that is the Picade. That's the hat that goes on the Raspberry Pi. And... oh, look at that. There's an enamel pin in here. This thing's all full of surprises. I got a huge envelope of stickers and an enamel pin. Alright, so let's see. There's the HDMI cable. That's micro USB cable. Trying to find the... there we go. Nuts, bolts, and plastic corner brackets. Well, that doesn't... still not what I'm looking for. Okay, here we go. Those are probably the plastic corner brackets, which I just dropped one on the floor. And that looks like the nuts and bolts. Alright. Let me see if I can see where I dropped that bracket to. There it is. Okay. Alright, this poster is going to have to move. I don't have room to leave it on my bench. Hello, One Bit Fever Dreams. And move the MDF pieces from the cabinet box. All right. Yes, please smash that like button. I don't have a cool animation like Bruce or like Mike. I don't have a video of a cat falling off the desk. I mean, I do have a video of Ron giving me some good advice.
I don't know if you guys saw this. Justin Morgan. Oh, you removed the D. That's a branding mistake right there, man. Justin D. Morgan had his 64.
Which, for the record, I did not remove the D from my channel name. It was not there until Ron pointed out my branding mistake. You'll notice that I have added the D to my YouTube channel now. No, I don't have any cat videos. I'll have to get a cat video somehow. Or a dog video. Or something. Alright, I think these are the MDF pieces, because these must be the acrylic pieces. Alright. Yes, I do appreciate smashing that like button. No, I don't have any cats, therefore I will have to somehow manage to get a cat video without having cats. Yes, chicken videos are great. And another bird that I think is totally hilarious are guinea fowl. They seem to be hilarious, but I am not in an area of the county where I can have roosters or chicken. Well, I definitely wouldn't want to have roosters. My neighbors would probably protest. Chickens or guinea fowl because I'm in the wrong zoning for having them. So, yeah. Oh, don't worry. Those buttons do work. I do know both of those thumbs buttons do work on YouTube. Because I also noticed that I recently had another achievement. Not only did I reach and exceed 64 subscribers, but I've received my first thumbs down. So I will not mention which video it is because I don't want to possibly point anyone out. But yes, it hurt a little, but I got over it because that's still channel engagement. And for all I know, someone didn't like the topic of the video. There will be more of that video series coming, though, so I'll just embrace for more thumbs downs. Hey, Joe! Welcome to the stream. I am trying to read these directions that were not designed for keeping on the desktop. Attach five plastic corner brackets to the base using 5 M3 bolts and nuts, with the nuts on the inside. Okay. Is that the base? There we go. Oh, there we go. All right, that's probably the... There's what I was looking for. M3 bolts and nuts. The nuts on the inside of the panel. All right. Oh, yeah. And I guess that is MDF. Well, I will be fair. The video that got a thumbs down was probably on a slightly controversial topic. And for all I know, my title was more clickbaity than I realized, and they were looking for something other than the topic of the video. So, oh yeah, I did get a chance to do some video thumbnails today, so I've caught up on giving my videos thumbnails. Yay! All right. Have nuts on the inside of the panel. All right. All right, so I think this is just put the bracket on, and oh, that's weird. Is that not an M3? Hold on. Having technical difficulties here already. Oh, okay. I know why I'm having technical difficulties. Those are not M3 nuts and bolts. These are M3 nuts and bolts. Yes, okay, now that actually, there we go. That actually works. So what I didn't realize is there was a whole nother bag of hardware that had nuts and bolts in it. So if you're putting one of these together, the M3 nuts and bolts appear to be they're the smaller ones. And there's fewer in the bag. So if you're putting it together and you're wondering why the screw doesn't fit through the hole in the plastic bracket, then you gave up too early finding the M3 nuts and bolts. Yes, there are a lot of parts. And I'm going to get a little screwdriver to help. All right. So, basically just a matter of not losing the hardware. Which I think I Just had a nut go somewhere. It looks like there are extra nuts in the bag, which I'm hoping is the case, because I am sure I'm going to drop a couple. Also, I guess the other thing about these M3 nuts and bolts, which is probably good, they do feel like they're plastic, which if they're going to be if they're the item that sets on the tabletop, then that's probably a good thing. Less likely to scratch something. Oh. All right. 2 screws in. All right, maybe I didn't drop that on the floor. All right. Also, I guess the other thing... oh, that's right. It does come with nice feet. Yep, they're in the hardware bag. I forgot they were there. Well, I guess the plastic feet are less likely to scratch whatever you are using to build this on until you get to the part where you can attach the nice feet. But the other bag of hardware was metal, so not all the hardware is plastic. But anyways, what these are, I don't think these are doing any main structural job. They're just holding the bottom on. And for anyone that sees the paint, that the fact the paint's not covering the entire inside of this panel, the bottom looks fine. The bottom is nicely coated. There might be a little spot that's a bit thin, but oh, that's odd. MacBook that was on when you bought it. Although some of the Macs, or at least I thought some of the Macs, if you open the lid. At one point I remember that there were some Macs, if you opened the lid, they turned themselves on if they were off, but maybe I'm imagining things. There we go, and oh. And one more. I know, totally captivative hardware. Huh. Yeah, that is weird. Seems like a decent deal, though. Alright, one. One more. All right, so I've got the brackets on. Panel using, let's see. Next, take panel B and attach it to the two brackets on the side of panel A closest to the speaker grill. All right. So that is not panel B. Oh, that's the back. Force quit a program on the Mac. You can right click on the icon in the dock, hold down Option, and select Force Quit. I think Command Option Shift Escape also used to work. Does it say to attach this with the M3 bolts? 2 more M3 bolts and nuts. Another. All right. 1, 2. Two more. Panel C. One, two, three, four. Uh-oh. Well, that seems to be a problem. You know, I'm not sure those plastic screws were the M3 bolts. I don't have a thread gauge. I think I got tricked installing the wrong hardware. Even though the other... Okay, hold on. M3 bolts. Internet screen. Checking the... 4 black... Oh, I got tricked. You know... Alright. You know those nuts and bolts that I initially didn't see and then thought they were the M3 because they actually fit through the hole? Well, guess what? Those are not the M3 bolts and nuts. They are the M2.5 bolts and nuts. So I get to swap hardware. Yay. It was a lucky guess that you were using a non-Mac mouse. Of course, I think a lot of Mac users also use Windows mice with their Macs because right-clicking is a quite frequent activity. Alright, so now I am swapping the hardware out and using the hardware I was supposed to use, but that does not fit through the hole in the bracket. Well, it might be sacrilege to use a PC mouse with a Mac, but it's also quite practical. And Jeremy, welcome to the stream. I am now correcting a mistake I made in assembly where I used the nuts and bolts that actually fit through a hole, thinking they were the correct ones, and now I'm realizing that they are not the correct ones, and that I now have to take them out and then probably go find my drill bit set. I may have to expand the holes a little bit. You would think my drill bits would be down here in the basement, but they're probably not. Either that or I'll... All right. Yes, I don't know why the hardware doesn't fit through the holes in these brackets. I guess they were... I guess maybe I should double check that there's not brackets that have a slightly larger hole. That would be easier than trying to remember where my drill bits are. Okay. Now that I have removed the incorrect hardware, let me see if any of these brackets have a hole that is big enough for the bolts to go through. Alright, while trying not to drop every last one of them. Okay. Nope. Nope. No. Alright. Let me see if I can find something to slightly expand those. Actually... Oh! Actually, that might do it. Let me see if I can just use the screwdriver to... There we go. All right. I just realized I can put the end of the screwdriver through the hole, which will take off just a little bit of plastic, and that's all it needed. So yes, the metal hardware is the hardware you want to use for this step. Don't fall for the same trick that I fell for. Actually, I'm gonna go back here and grab a socket real quick. All right. Now, as I keep losing hardware, nut, and oh, I bet I kicked the bolt further under the table. Oh. Yeah, hopefully a recap on the LC power supply will fix it. Because I've got the LC2, and its power supply seems to be dead. But I think when I gave it a close look under the microscope, I think I saw dried electrolyte on the board. I think that's one of the nylon nuts. Oh. Alright, that's a nylon nut. Hold on, I grabbed the wrong socket. Alright, so I went for my metric sockets because these are M3 nuts and bolts. Oh, no worries, Joe. I figured you were probably having enough fun for Marchintosh as it is. And also, Joe, if you have an opportune time to plug said item, well, we can figure out how we might want to go about that. That's all I'm going to say on that. I may have already said too much. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. I noticed that on the Blue Scuzzy website, yeah, you're given the fact that everyone seemed to have nearly zero stock, it seems like all the Blue Scuzzy folks are staying busy these days. Because if anyone saw my stream yesterday, those Blue Scuzzies that I assembled yesterday were not anything I had purchased anytime recently. I don't remember when I ordered some of them, but it was quite nice to actually get them assembled. And actually, since I'm down here, I actually have the ultrasonic cleaner heating up, so I can actually throw all my Blue Scuzzies in and give them a nice clean. I figured since I was down here to be able to hear if anything went wrong, this would be a good time to do it. And yes, I know when Joe restocks Blue Scuzzies, I think I realized I may hopefully manage to order one from him before he runs out again. So, Joe, if you want, you can throw a link to your web store in the chat. And then, folks, if they want to order a Blue Scuzzy, they'll know where to order them when you have them back in stock. So if you're looking to get a Blue Scuzzy, I would recommend smashing that bookmark button on Joe's website and check frequently. Because I'm pretty sure Joe has 0 stock now, because I think, or at least that's what the Scuzzy.blue website said. But, alright, so now I fixed my mistake. I have the correct hardware on, so now I can actually attach the side panel. So, side panel B. Alright, it's been so long since I read the instructions. Let me make sure. Panel B, 2 brackets, closest to the speaker grill. Alright. Oh, good thing I checked. I had it backwards. Alright. There we go. Oh! Alright, well. Well. Well, anyway, so when Joe catches up to restock, well, you can keep an eye on his website. Though I at least soon. All right. So Joe will have some restocked soon. Because I know if you go to the Blue Scuzzy website, the stock levels are pretty low. Of course, that's possibly because everyone's, well, for various reasons. I know buying parts now is weird. And now Shenzhen is shut down, so I managed to place an order with UT Source at the wrong time this weekend. Like right before the Chinese government shut Shenzhen down for a COVID outbreak. So, well, I guess luckily I didn't need those parts immediately. I was placing them before I needed them, but it will be at least 2 weeks before the order ships. Panel C goes on the Panel C. Attach Panel C to Panel B. Okay. So now it's telling me to attach the top. Panel C. Alright, I gotta find the top piece. Where's the top piece? Yeah, I've got to place an order for caps too, but luckily the caps are in stock, and I'm just ordering those from a distributor. Also, luckily, I remembered the value of some capacitors I need for another project that I keep forgetting to order them because I don't want to place an order for 70 cents of capacitors. And if anyone's wondering how in the world you order just 70 cents of capacitors, it's because those are just thin film surface mount capacitors. Okay, I am completely overlooking something here. Panel C. Oh, panel C. Panel C is the small panel. Alright, now I think I see how you can attach panel C to panel B. At this point in the assembly process. Alright. Is that really? Let me just double check. Panel C, attach right angle plastic brackets to each side of it. Using 2 M3 bolts and nuts on each side. Okay. Alright. So, yes, the 70 cents of capacitors is just for a small little project that I don't even have a computer that the sound card will go in, but I have some PC sound cards that have unpopulated headers for a PC PCI interface. And this was back in... These sound cards are back from the era where PCI was brand new. Computers were running... I guess... PCI was new. People still played games that needed Sound Blaster compatibility. But with the PCI, you couldn't just simply do it in DOS, so this little header, I think, runs the interrupt signal to the sound card, so you could run a DOS game that needs Sound Blaster compatibility. But I've been meaning to go ahead and install them. So, hey Adam. So yeah, basically on the Vogons forum I guess somewhere I got tipped off to the existence of these sound cards. And I bought 2 of them. So anyways, I've just been meaning to just go ahead and get the resistors so I can install them, and I just always forget when I'm placing an order to get the SMD caps of the right size and value, and I guess finally today it dawned on me, oh yeah, I keep meaning to order thin film SMD caps for that, and I looked, and they were 0.0007 cents, or no, 0.0007 cents each. So I'm going to order 100 of them because I'm sure I might need them at some point, because they're just 0805 10K thin film resistors. It'll cost me a whopping 70 cents, but it's not something I want to pay a separate shipping value for. So That'll be something I'll do. But I don't have a motherboard that has a PC PCI header on it to use it. But someday I'll build a retro gaming computer for those era DOS games. The cool thing, though, about the sound card is it actually has a Yamaha sound chip on it. So the sound card actually does a authentic Sound Blaster or I guess OPL2, OPL3 emulation, because it's a Yamaha chip, and it probably actually it may have an internal OPL2, OPL3 in it, even though it's a PCI sound chip. So it'll be pretty cool. Panel C attaches with the protruding part towards the back. All right. So, panel 3. Well, that's... all right. Just as I thought. Woohoo! It's at the 9 o'clock hour now. Where does time fly when you're having a fun build? I guess while I get this bracket lined up with this mounting position, I will remind everyone that it's not too late to enter the 64 subscriber giveaway contest. So go, if you haven't entered yet and you're interested in winning a C64 Mini, go check out the video in the description. Assuming you're watching this before April 1st, because entries will close on March 31st, and the drawing will be April 1st. I know, I'm up to 80 subs. In fact, I'm about 25% of the way to my 128 subscriber goal. So that 128 subscriber challenge is also still valid. I know, subscribe to the channel. While I can't require subscribing as a condition of the contest per YouTube's rules, you will miss out on cool builds like this if you don't subscribe. Because the thing is, so I'm going to build this tonight because it's Pi Day and it uses a Raspberry Pi. But I will have to check out games on this because I do have to work tomorrow. In fact, I've got to be at work early tomorrow. Ugh. Yeah, and also the federal law. Yeah, also no purchase necessary, void where prohibited. Blah, 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 blah. The full rules are in the video, the description, the link in the video description. So, but yeah, the 80. All right. Well, enjoy your lasagna, Jeremy. Thanks for joining. Also, the 128 subscriber challenge. That is still good. And yeah, if I'm at 80 subs, that's about... Actually, that is 25% of the way to the next tier. So, the one thing I did do is I actually have some proper RAM in that LC now. So, the 128 sub challenge. Yes. So, this is where if you shout out my channel on your social media to get me to 128 subscribers by by the end of the day, April 1st. So it's by the end of Marcintosh. I am going to give away the Mac LC that I repaired on stream. So you're probably thinking Mac LC, but the thing is, the prizes I want to give away on my channel, I want them to have some meaning. And I know lots of people my age, when they grew up and were in school, that's the computer that was in the computer lab or the classroom was an LC or an Apple IIe or something like that. But I don't have an Apple IIe to give away. But I do have that LC, and it's been recapped. Power supply's been recapped. Logix board's been recapped. It's got a 512K VRAM SIM in it. I've added 8 megabytes of RAM, so it has the full 10 megabytes. So, luckily, it's 128 subscribers, not 128 sub sandwiches. Because, yeah, I don't think I could eat 128 sub sandwiches between now and April 1st. And if I did, I would be the April Fool. Ugh. I don't think I like subs that much. I mean, granted, I had a really good sub for lunch, but I don't think I like subs that much to eat 128 between now and April 1st. Yes. And I even have a network card in it, and if I can get the network card that has the FPU socket working, that's the network card that'll come in it. I've got to do a stream to replace a part on the network card and see if I can get it working. But yeah, that's I will give away the Mac LC. Now I don't have a keyboard or mouse to include with it. At least not at the moment. If I manage to come up with one, I'll change it. But I'm gonna give away the LC, the one I repaired on stream. So and it'll even have the blue SCSI in it. Although I'll put a clean Mac OS image on it so you can load your own software. But yeah, I'm going to leave the blue SCSI in it. So you'll be able to take it, turn it on, power once you have a keyboard and mouse, because I don't have one to include. Yeah, power it up. It'll have blue SCSI on it. And load your software and go. So, yeah, that's the 128 subscriber challenge. So anyways, thank you, Oz Retro Comp, I think that was. My memory's very short trying to remember YouTube channel names when they subscribe. But yes, your tweet worked, Joe. Woo! And now I just blew out everyone's speakers. All right, where we are now. So I've attached the top, and I've attached panel C to panel B, and oh, all right, I get to build the screen now. I am 48 subs away from 128. All right, let me find a safe place to set this. Justin looks around and finds that there are no safe places to set this around here. All right. All right, so now I get to build the screen. Open the screen box. I think it is probably very good that they put the screen in its own box. Yes, Joe, you are an influencer. And fortunately, you were a good influencer. Unlike some of those bad influences out there. Or unlike a certain football player that unretired. Whatever. I mean, I know lots of employers have like minimum times between the time you retire and when you can come back if you decide to unretire, but I guess the NFL doesn't. So that was funny. I saw that he's unretiring. I'm like, well, when I retire, there's a certain amount of time where I can't come back and work for my employer. After which they can bring you back as a contractor. I'm like, okay. So I've got this screen and... Okay. So the screen is in the screen box, along with most of the other parts. But there is one piece that's in the cabinet box. So, alright. And, I get to peel. I get to remove the peels. Alright. Place the screen surround face down onto the screen acrylic. Alright. It says the bottom left-hand side has a notch cut out on it. Bottom left-hand corner has a notch cut out. Oh, wait. Is that the... Okay, now I'm confused. I'm not sure which of these... Yeah, I see... If they're talking about this one, I do see a notch on this. But this must not go on yet. I gotta peel the plastic off. So, I can't attach it yet. Narrow base one acrylic piece at the base of the screen assembly so the text is readable as you look at it. Alright. This is the point where I... Okay, so there's that. So... Oh, okay. Yeah. I haven't... Yeah, that must be the bezel piece. Okay. I have not gotten that far yet, so... Alright. My favorite thing to do is start to peel the plastic. I think this is the point of the stream where I'm going to see if I have any tape close by, because sometimes if you put some tape on the film, it can help to pull it off. Or at least that works when you're installing window film. Alright. Well, okay. Might be the wrong kind of tape. Alright, fine. I'll use... There we go. I'll use my fingernail. Alright. I will try to capture the ASMR essence of the peel, because some people find that appealing. And I just find it an occasion to make a joke. All right. There we go. This round and the film off the screen and place it on. All right. So now I get to pull the screen out. All right. All right. Peel the film off the screen. Luckily, it's got a little peel tab that totally did not work. There we go. Hi, Retro Techie. Well, no, I haven't sent it yet. We haven't drawn yet. And there's still time to enter. There we go. Yes, I noticed Retro Techie actually double-checked his message before he clicked send tonight. Because last night he wanted a C63 Mini. All right. Yeah, I know these instructions are written very specifically. All right, so I need to look. Oh, I forgot to peel this piece. And the displace connector is towards the top edge. All right. So Retro Techie still wants a C63. Well, as soon as I find it, I will send one your way, Retro Techie. Oh, hi, Eric. Thanks for subscribing. Yes, there is a giveaway. And, well, I'm sure that the people that have entered so far were possibly hoping that no one else would enter. I would say that if you enter, you still have a pretty good chance of winning. Because at least last time I checked, I had enough. I think I had 2 entries. Well, Eric, I wouldn't feel bad about it because I'm sure the 2 people that have entered knew that it was a distinct possibility that I would continue to advertise the contest and that other people would enter to win. But I think your odds of winning are still better than Powerball. Okay. All right, something doesn't seem right here, but hopefully this will self-correct itself very shortly, because I've got the notch on the left-hand side, and this base one here, but I sure don't see that the screw holes are lining up with the holes that I thought were punched in the surround. No, they don't. That is really weird. You know, I am wondering if the... Because I know the instructions said that the notch goes on the left side. The bottom left-hand... Oh! The bottom left-hand corner has a notch cut out. Oh, there we go. There. That's better. Alright. There we go. Now that actually looks like it's lining up. Alright. Lower left. Notch should be in the lower left, yes. I got my directions mixed up. Attach the display driver board to its acrylic bracket. Alright. Display driver board to the top bracket. Place the top two acrylic piece with the protruding part pointing downwards. Oh, now it's telling me I might want to use masking tape. Yeah, I know, one of my hands is green. I had to remove my other glove so that I could actually use my fingernail to remove the peel. I picked my hand that was less chapped. For a brief moment last week, my hands were getting less chapped. And then it got cold again. Cold and windy. All right. Alright, there we go. So there's the top two piece. And I need to install the display driver bracket. Ah! Display driver bracket. No, I'm not giving this away. At least not anytime soon. I'll put it that way. I am not sure the Picade assembled would survive in shipping to even the next major city over after it's assembled. I think it'd be easier to ship as a kit. However, the giveaway idea has been entered in the back of my mind. Driver board, there's acrylic bracket. Metal ones with the shallow head through the... Oh, alright. I need to find... Oh, there we go. Awesome. I could deliver it myself. Well, that is an idea. So maybe if I can reach one of the major YouTube milestones, then I would be able to afford to personally deliver some really cool giveaway prize. And by the major YouTube milestones, I hope you realize I'm referring to the ones where YouTube actually sends you a plaque, to which they're too cheap to hand deliver themselves. All right. So I got the driver board on the bracket. There, the 4 bolts to hold it on are in the... Yeah. Contrary to popular belief, Vintage Hillbilly Shack, 1,000 is not one of the major YouTube milestones. It's certain, well, not the major milestone I was referring to, where YouTube sends you a plaque. That would be 100,000 subs. Because at 1,000 subs... Oh, yeah, my giveaway will... Well... Okay, now here's the funny thing, Eric's Edge. I know you probably noticed that I picked Powers of 2 because that's totally geeky. However, I may actually do the 1,000 subscriber giveaway at 1,000 for a reason I'm not ready to mention yet. No, if you get me over 1,000 by Christmas, I'll give something really special away. And by really special, I hope you might realize that by me using the number 1,000 and not 1,024, that there might be a reason why I might be using 1,000 instead of 1,024, and not just because 1,000 is halfway to YouTube partner program status. To which I will actually add that to any of my viewers on Twitch, which is probably less than 2 right now. Well, a Tandy 1000 would be a great 1,000 subscriber prize. I don't have a Tandy 1000. Did they raise the number to 2,000? Really? Oh. Oh. Yes, Twitch allows me to multi-stream. YouTube allow me to multi-stream. Because until you're in one of their partner programs, you are not bound by the exclusive streaming stipulation. So, but however, I have been stuck at 12 followers on Twitch for months now. And I'm not even sure why I bother streaming on Twitch sometimes. So if you are watching on Twitch, maybe say hi in the chat so I at least know that someone from Twitch is out there lurking. That's all I ask. Then you can go back to lurking. Just say hi. Doesn't even have to be a full sentence. Just H-I. That's it. Lowercase letters. That'd be great. Even maybe a hand wave emoji. because in StreamYard, I can actually see which platform people are chatting from, and I have yet to see a purple icon in the list. So, maybe someday I might try Facebook, but the only thing about Facebook is I only accept Facebook requests from actual friends, so I'm not sure that would really get me much unless I set up a page. Then that might actually work. Yeah, other social platforms I'm totally fine, but Facebook I limit to friends. So I probably won't multi-stream to Facebook on my profile page. Maybe I might set a page up sometime. I am curious as to how many people might... Oh, you all are my friends, but I haven't received any friend requests from you all. Let's see here. Attach the display board, driver board to the acrylic bracket. The flange bolts that were in the bag, and then use the nylon nuts, making sure the HDMI and micro USB ports are towards the base. Yep. And the ribbon cable connector is towards the cutout at the top. All right. The top part of the 10-inch screen assembly is held in place by the tabs and slots once the cabinet is screwed back together. Place the base 2 acrylic piece. Base 2 acrylic piece. Oh, that's top 1. Base 2. So, also, anyone probably, I spend less time on the platform that I would probably more appropriately think as farce book, less than other platforms these days. All right, base 2 goes on the base of the screen. How appropriate. All right, base 2. Place the top 2 bracket with the driver board towards the center of the screen. Top 2. Okay, towards the center of the screen. Take the ribbon cable and hold it with the blue end facing upwards. All right. There's a ribbon cable. Flip the back clip on the driver board, slot the cable in, and push the cable clip down again. In other words, install the connector with the blue facing up. All right. Other end of the cable clicks into, all right. Wow, that is one teeny tiny connector. There we go. And it kind of slides in. All right. Lay the keypad and cable aside for later. Alright. So these parts I will dutifully set aside. Not that I have much room to set them aside. I know, these are incredibly complex instructions that could really use some drawings, or more drawings than they have. Slide the whole screen assembly into the side of the casing that you've assembled. Alright. So this, I think, goes... Well, that's kind of... Now I see why they suggested using masking tape to hold everything together until you had this in. But I would have put masking tape in the wrong place. So maybe it's just as well I didn't. Is it done yet? No. We're still on step something out of something. Base 2. Alright, I'm hoping it's going to tell me to... Alright. Now it's telling me to assemble the Marquee, which... I will comply, because I bet the Marquee has to go in before I screw the side on, but there we go. Alright, that'll at least hold the display in place. Yeah, looks done to you. That's because I can't turn it on the side where you would see it. I will not be responsible if you consume too much in the drinking game Joe just proposed, because Retro Techie asks, is it done yet, about once every 10 minutes or so. Alright, so now I get to build the Marquee, which is... Alright, probably this... Probably this assembly here. Alright, so basically it's 2 acrylic pieces and a paper piece. Well, Eric, the good thing is, if you can replay this stream anytime, and I have chat replay enabled. Oh, and you know... Joe is... You are correct, Joe. You did not say what had to go in the shot glass. So if Fuji water is your thing, well, have at it. I think I will go for my usual standby of espresso shots. Although I may be very awake after playing that game. Ah, yes. Well, Retro Techie, if you want to send an espresso maker my way so I can make espresso shots every time you ask, is it done yet? Then I will play the game. Yes. And yes, it was probably, I probably assumed too much that there are other things that you can have shot glasses of other than the beverage that Joe was not talking about, such as coffee or those little coffee flavor shots. I guess you could have a shot glass of that, although that would be really weird, but who am I to judge? Alright, so I got the marquee together, and there's dust on the Alright, do I have a microfiber cloth around here? No. Oh, the reason that didn't blow off when is because it's on. There we go. Yeah. Yes. I believe my chemistry teacher told us that joke. So, alright, so I put the marquee together, and then you get to have fun inserting the marquee. There we go. Alright. Is it fixed yet? No, it's not fixed yet, Jay. It's definitely not fixed yet. Alright, and I bet so now, yay, I finally get to add some hardware so that the display doesn't fall out. And it looks like oh, there we go. I did get the bracket lined up. Yes, it's actually beginning to look like an arcade cabinet. Well, Jay, we will be awaiting the moment when your house is Windows free again. Oh. Oh. Well, that would explain why I wasn't threading the... This is the 10-inch version. Because the 8-inch version was like, I think, $229. So I decided to go all out and pay $20 extra for 2 more inches of screen. You know, there quite possibly might be a LCARS display for this. Someone's probably thought of it. And if not, maybe that's the contribution to MAME we should all make. The LCARS... Oh, that'd be cool. An LCARS interface for MAME. How's that sound? I don't know, actually. I can't tell what... I do not see a brand label on it. Oh, there's... I may have to dust it. Is there model... Yeah, there is a model number. Let me get this other bolt in, and then I'll flip it up and read the model number. Because I think I know why you're asking, and that is an interesting question. Whoop. Come on. There we go. All right, so the display is... It looks like it's a TNW 97000 TNW 9700001IO. Because I think the other number is the serial number. Hi, Dave. Welcome to the stream. So if that part number gives you what you need, then great. And I'm trying to... I realize there's dust between the acrylic and the display. Yeah, I'm going to have to fix that. I had so much fun installing the display, but I need to... I didn't realize how dusty it was between it. But anyways, it is coming along. It's probably hard to see the dust, but... Of course, I'm not sure how... Uh-oh. Well, actually, it looks like the... Oh. Well, let's see. I was trying to just spray it out with some canned air without... That's not going to work. All right. 82 subs. I'm on a roll. All right, building the console. I'll just leave the dust between the display for now because although it's going to become harder to remove that in future steps. Is there like one bolt I can remove and... Well, it'll be fine when it's actually in operation. I don't think you'll see the dust. All right, I'm moving along. Building the console. All right. So I'm going to set this aside to a safe spot and try not to get fingerprints all over it. All right, so the console consists of 3 pieces, which I think I have... which are right here, I believe. The black MDF bottom, the console artwork, and the plastic acrylic top. And I am so glad that they remind you to remove the plastic. Yeah, I think my can of air is done for, which may be also why trying to blow the dust out from between that panel was not working. Which actually, that's going to collect dust too, so... Why last time I bought cans of air at Lowe's, I bought 6. Because they don't make them like they used to. I seemingly remember when these things would last for a long time. Yeah. Alright, Retro Techie. When you get back, if it looks like I did something, it's because the parts magically assembled themselves. And that's the rest of our story, and we're sticking to it. In Blacksburg, Virginia, they have one of those smart roads. So, I have a smart basement. It assembles things all by itself. Well, Jay, I would definitely give a big thumbs up to repairing the compressor because it's depressing how much these cans of air cost. And it seems like you get 2 uses and they're done for. Alright, well there's one. Ah, alright. Well there's the Marquee. That looks pretty good. Let me see if I can get the dust out from this display now that I got a new can of air. Well, I might have to take that apart again before I install the keypad or the console. So let me just go ahead and build this up and I'll deal with the... So open the accessories box. All right. And it's just to attach the joystick first. Anchor the whole console. So make sure the connector faces inwards. Pop the dust cover back onto the joystick. Okay, that's a speaker. Ah! Must be this. All right. All right, I'm presuming this goes together like this. Because that's the only thing that makes sense. All right. Is this right? Okay. Attach the joystick first to anchor the whole console assembly together. Make sure that the connector faces inward. All right. And it doesn't say which fasteners to use to hold the joystick on. um... Oh, okay, there we go. It is the nylon ones. No, it's not. Huh, that is really weird. It does not say what fasteners to use to hold the joystick on. Okay. Wiring the player buttons, wiring the... Huh, Alright, I'm stumped. The instructions do not say which fasteners to use. Well, let me go... Let me go look at their wiki. I mean, I'm presuming it's probably the metal ones, but... Mount the joystick using 2 M3 screws and nuts. Okay. The wiki said... Alright. Joystick first to anchor the whole assembly together. Connector faces inwards. Remove the plastic dust cover. And with the metal shaft sticking through the single hole, mount the joystick using 2 M3 screws. Alright. Alright, so come on. Punch the paper. Well, that doesn't. Ah, there we go. That's the problem. It did punch the paper, but the piece of paper is stuck in the hole. There we go. Alright. Alright, now we're cooking. Alright, so I'll put the 2 bolts through. And then I will reinsert the joystick connector facing inward. And center the joystick in the hole. And attach 2 bolts. And then there's a note on their wiki that's not on the printed instruction. Note that the bolts used to attach the joystick are only slightly larger than the holes on the metal joystick plate. However, the holes in the plastic and NDF console pieces are spaced slightly further apart than the holes on the metal joystick plate, so that the nuts grip over the holes when attached. Okay. Yeah. Basically, it's the long-winded version that is basically telling you there's no need to worry. It doesn't look like it fits, but it will fit. And it'll go together, and it'll hold, and so on and so forth. See? Why worry? There we go. Joystick's attached. Put the dust cover on with the cool retro textured surface. And then we'll screw the ball back on. And now I'm just looking at the chat and, wow, Adam, that's a nice computer to just be given. Mac 512K. Ooh, it's a nice clicky joystick too. All right, so and then I push the buttons through, which means I get to open the upgrade box. All right, and I think that I want to put the, well, Retro Techie, I've got one of those smart basements. It assembled this without my intervention. Just don't tell Virginia Tech that I have one of those smart basements. I don't need them doing research in my lab or in my basement. I'd never get to do anything. There we go. Six nice clear joystick buttons, which will get the LEDs inserted on them when I wire the buttons together. Hopefully I'm doing them right. Alright, push the buttons through from the bottom. Buttons on the console are blue, yellow, and pink if you're following the instructions and not upgrading them to the RGB ones. So I think that is, unscrew the plastic ring from the illuminated power button. Oh, all right, now it's jumped to a completely, I'll see you, Jay. It jumped to a completely different step now. So now it wants me to do something to panel B, which is on this. And before I do that, I am going to attempt to dust this, remove the dust that is between the plexiglass and the screen. Hopefully with a minimum of frustration. All right, so there's the marquee. I may regret this, but I would also regret if I didn't try this, because who likes dust between their screen and the lens in front of it? All right, well, good night, Retro Techie. We'll talk to you later. And I'll keep looking for that C63. Alright, as I figured, I did regret that. But wow, that is a lot of dust that was between there. All right. So let me turn the display assembly back over so that I can relayer it. Now that I tried to remove the dust between the screen and the front. And oh, I put base 1 on backwards. Base 2. And there's that. And go, snap that in. Now find the marquee where I set it aside for safekeeping. And put it on. And there we go. And then hopefully, when I put this back together, turn it right side up, I don't see that I managed to get dust between it. I don't know, Jay. Sometimes I think that you need an industrial air compressor to remove dust. Disclaimer, that is, depending on how bad the dust is, end disclaimer. I would think a small compressor would be good enough. Just for dusty connectors. In fact, yeah, actually, I think on a stream the other day, someone was recommending that I look into an airbrush compressor for dusting things. I don't remember who it was. Well, yeah, true that, Jay. I wouldn't try to dust anything that dusty, even in my basement, because that's just gross. Now, if Heisenberg wants to make an appearance and dust something that dusty, well, he's all welcome to do it, but I'm not going to do it. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to break down and get a compressor, because if boards are too big to fit in my reflow oven, then yeah, they'll take forever to dry. And even then, the last boards I tried drying in my reflow oven, I didn't run them long enough, I guess. So far, my reflow oven has done more post-cleaning board drying than it has actual reflow. because I've only reflowed 2 boards in it. And the only reason I did 2 is because the first one failed. The reflow failed. It's a, if anyone's wondering what, it's a Wizu Controlio 3. So, most people when they see it, they ask me why I have a toaster, and then wonder why my toaster has some extra things on it. And I kindly point out that I would not want to toast in it now, because toasting toast in an object that you've done reflow in is just, this just sounds gross. All right, now I have, there we, whoops. I cannot get the 3rd bolt in fast enough so that the display assembly is just a little bit fiddly. Yep, it is a hacked toaster oven. Joe, it's not your repair request. It's not someone in New Jersey, is it? I mean, it's not. We didn't figure out what Steve's alias is, did we? Yeah, I'll have to show my hacked toaster oven on a stream sometime. And I just dropped the nut. Well, hopefully there's extra nuts, because it went somewhere and I don't see where it went. All right, let's try this again. No, okay. It's probably not Steve's secret alias for... Yeah, I'll have to send you... Or actually, if I get flustered enough with this nut, I will find a link to it. Put it in the chat. Alright, come on. I want to get this so that it doesn't fall apart on me. But you know, Joe, you might actually check into it. It's I'll put the link in the chat here in a moment, because it's really cool. Basically, I bought a kit. It had all the parts in it, and then I bought the toaster. I think they sell pre-assembled ones too. Whoop. That's not the right... Here we go. So Joe, that's what my reflow oven is. It is a Wizu control, or Yeah, Wizoo Controlio 3. And also, I think the board that failed to reflow was actually the first one I did, so I kind of and it actually failed because I didn't get the component on straight enough. So it was really my fault, not the toaster's fault. It was also the first one I did. The second one I reflowed worked fine. And I was able to... I got some help to salvage the first board, so... everything worked out in the end. But I was kind of... Alright. So now I have the display in. The sides are on. And now I need to insert the power button, which is somewhere. All right. It's not in that bag. It's not in... There we go. Yeah, I think actually in my Blue Scuzzy build video yesterday, I was lamenting that if I was building Blue Scuzzies in bulk, I would get the template, the SMD stencil for the micro SD card. I suspect ChipQuick has one. I haven't looked, but I suspect they do. They have a stencil for about everything else. And that would make pasting go quick. And you could actually probably fit... Actually, looking at the size of the Blue Scuzzy, you might be able to fit 9 boards in that reflow oven. Or at least if you use the same size toaster that I did, whatever one they recommend. Yeah. Yes. Also, having assembled Mini 100, yes, that would also make it go quicker. I do agree with that. Okay, so I just installed the power button, and I haven't looked at the screen because I just don't want to see if it got dust in it again. So, oh, it's a momentary button. Cool, it must be using soft power. Yes, Eric is in the chat. All right, so now that we did that, so now we've got the power button, we've got the... Well, that's about as good as that's going to get. I think I got more fingerprints than dust on it now. Now I get to set this aside again. Yes, Eric. Well, I had my successful Blue Scuzzy stream yesterday. All of them worked, other than I haven't been able to test the over easy because the Blue Scuzzy is too wide to go in my LC because of where the ADB port is. So I would get the choice of Blue Scuzzy or the keyboard and mouse to be able to shut the Mac down. I picked the keyboard and mouse, and I'll test it on another Mac. So, but it's probably okay. But the other Blue Scuzzies are great. Which also, I guess yesterday I did make a mistake in the stream, and I posted a note on the video that I thought this desktop Blue Scuzzy by Tech by Androida, I thought it was the F4 version, but I didn't read the silk screen. It's just the F1 version, so it uses the same microcontroller. Yes. I have one of those, too. I wanted some over easies in case I needed to use the standard Blue Scuzzy in a pinch. Or another Scuzzy device. if I ever needed to use an internal SCSI device, because that's the other nice thing about the Over Easy. I could plug in an internal SCSI device into it and use it externally. It doesn't discriminate. Yeah, gotta catch them all. So, yes, I actually will probably get another of the DB25s soon because that is so handy. I think I want to have a second. That way, if I ever needed to loan one out to someone, I could. All right. So now I get to... Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. I need this again. How quickly I forget that I need to assemble things to this. Welcome back, Jeremy. All right, so now mount the speaker in panel A with M3 screws, push through from below, and secure with M3 nuts. All right. Wow, that is actually a pretty decent speaker. It's a 4 ohm, 5 watt speaker. Awesome, Joe. Yay. Well, maybe someday I'll get my order from UT Source. I think the only thing most pressing in that order was I ordered another FPU for a Mac. So, although in a pinch, I do have a 68881 floating around somewhere, but I ordered an extra 68882. There are also some memory chips for a computer that Joe knows I have. Anyone on his Discord knows I have. But it's Marcintosh, so I have not featured it on a stream yet. I'll probably do so in April, because I don't think I'll be able to wait till May. The other thing is, it didn't come with the power supply, so I need to make one, and the stream would be very boring if I don't have a way to power it up. Alright, so attach the speaker. Alright. Yes. Also, hopefully I've got an Amazon order that should be arriving Wednesday. I'm hoping that I will have the script finished for the video I'm trying to work on soon thereafter. Because let's just say that I was browsing Amazon and, well, I broke down and bought a shirt that I'm going to wear when I film the video. Or at least film the part I haven't filmed yet. I always do the project of the video before I do the talking head part. And let's just say I found a t-shirt that I just have to wear when I film part of the talking head part. I think it will be so worth it. I hope. Alright, so got the speaker attached. Place 4 M2.5 through screws through the 4 remaining holes, and I apologize, this one's going to be hard to see because the top is going to block the view. But the Raspberry Pi has to go somewhere. Alright, let's see if I can't. Alright, there we go. Place the white plastic spacers on top of each. Wow, I sure hope these bolts are long enough. And let's see. Place your Pi on the screws with the USB ports facing panel B. USB ports facing panel B. Okay. Well, that's kind of odd. Because I don't know if you can see, but there's a cutout there. And I would have sure thought that maybe... Well, okay. Well, okay, now I see why that cutout's not far enough over, but I was thinking, well, wouldn't you maybe want to plug a USB cable in or something? It'd be a little awkward from trying to plug it in from the side, but, well, I guess if you need to, you need to. Well, Adam, if you do ever find your blue SCSI, do let us know where you found it, because I have a screwdriver that I have not seen since I moved, and it is annoying me to no end as to where I've hidden it, and maybe I did the same thing that you've done with your blue SCSI. I'm trying to install the nuts now, and it's nuts. Oh, well. I think I'm going to have to go get one of my smaller sockets to try to attach the nut with. And before anyone asks me if my screwdriver's in my ultrasonic cleaner, no, I did not have my ultrasonic cleaner when I was looking for it, so yeah, it's actually so bad I ended up having to buy a second one. Which actually I don't think is quite as long as the one I'm looking for, but at least it was long enough. Because if I had not bought that screwdriver, then this chair that I'm sitting in would have not have been reassembled. Okay, I need to go get the other smaller sockets. Oh, yippee. Well, the good news is I turned the heater on my ultrasonic cleaner on like a few minutes before I started streaming, and the water was whatever temperature it is in my basement now. Whatever 55 degrees. Whatever 55 degrees Fahrenheit is in Celsius. So I've got it set to heat to 65 C, and it's up to 55 C now. So, I'm hoping that I will... Alright. Hoping that I will actually be able to run those through the cleaner really quick tonight. And then probably throw them in my reflow oven to dry. Okay. Well, I got the nut stuck in the driver. Now I gotta find something to push it out. That'll work. Alright. I will turn this to where you can see it just as soon as I can get these last two nuts slightly threaded so I can finish threading them. This is one of the tighter spots in the build. But for Pi Day, I know everyone just probably wants to see that the Raspberry Pi installed. There we go. The 5mm socket fits these nylon nuts really nice. Okay, that I'll have to hand thread. Alright. Actually, I tapped the side of the socket and that's how tight of a fit it was. It was a pretty tight fit. Alright, I'm looking for, there it is, the flat-bladed screwdriver bit. Alright. That should hold in. Oh, that's right. That's why the cutout's there. It's not so that you can plug a USB device in. That's because the micro SD port is right there on the Raspberry Pi. So you can insert and remove the SD card. Alright, it is Monday. Well, that's... Alright, so I got the Raspberry Pi in. Plugged one end of the HDMI cable into the HDMI socket on the Pi. Let's see here. I believe that would be the adapter. There we go. So I'll plug it into the HDMI 0 port. Luckily it included the adapter because I'm sure if I'd had to buy one, I would have forgotten to buy one and would now be sad. Let me go ahead and... So it included an adapter for the cable. There we go. And it did include a little short HDMI cable too. Alright. And now I need to install the hat. Alright, we'll see you later, Eric. Hopefully, I'll have this powered up soon. Although I haven't even made it to step 6 yet. And there seems to be 11 steps. The Picade X. There we go. Hat is installed. Beautiful. Oh. I just realized I made another assembly mistake. Well, the hat comes off the Raspberry Pi. Alright, well, this is easy to fix. It also answers the question as to why I have more nylon screws than nylon nuts. It's because somewhere there are metal standoffs that I think I see the metal standoffs it expects me to use, but I'm just making sure that those actually were them. Hold on. I think there's another bag of hardware here somewhere. Those are the nylon. Because I've got 4 metal standoffs, but they're 2 each of 2 different styles. So it seems like in one of these bags there might be a few more metal standoffs. Those are arcade buttons. Those are the RGB wires. Oh, okay, maybe. Okay, maybe those are them. Alright, crisis averted again. Alright, have a good evening, Joe. Oops. Alright. I'm just going to... Alright. So I gotta remove... these nuts. Alright. Because I was supposed to use these metal standoffs. Because, of course. Alright. And, of course, the socket that fell off the desk was the one I was using. Don't worry. Nothing was harmed. Just empty boxes. Oh. And the back piece. And another piece. All right. Oh, is that? Nope, that's not the one I was using. Here it is. Never mind. Alright, there's two. Yeah, the thing that threw me off about these standoffs is I thought some of them had a threaded side on them, but actually I think it's because on one of the bags, one of the screws was sticking in the standoff. But what also threw me was the standoffs. There's 2 standoffs and 4 screws in each bag. And apparently you don't use I don't think you use the screws that are in the bag. Or at least you don't for to hold the bottom on. Because the instructions clearly say to use the nylon screws on the bottom. Maybe the metal screws will go on the top. Alright. And Vintage Hillbilly Shack, I suspect Joe does use STL files. Not 100% sure. I don't know what printer he has. Or I don't know for sure, but I think he has a printer that uses STL files. Because I sent him an STL file the other day. So, I think there are some 3D printers that use a different format. But I believe Joe uses STL files. I think I've got two broken 3D printers that I need to fix, and one unassembled 3D printer that has never been assembled that I'm waiting on some parts before I assemble it. I think one of the broken 3D printers uses some really weird format other than STL, but I fixed that. I've got open source firmware on it, so I think the slicer for the open source firmware I think uses STL. And then the printer I haven't assembled is an Ender 3 Pro or whatever it was that Micro Center had on sale earlier in the month. I'm waiting on a stepper motor. One of my coworkers was recommending some upgrades, and I decided I'd just go ahead and do them while I'm assembling that printer. So I'm waiting on a stepper motor. Alright, the instructions don't say for sure which screws to use to hold this Picade export in, so I'm just going to use the metal screws that were in the bag with the metal standoffs. Because I don't see anything that the metal could short to. Yeah, the one printer that I have that I'm not sure that it used STL. It's a MakerBot Replicator 2X, which was that special dual extruder version that for some reason I thought there was something odd about the format it used. But I've got Sailfish on the controller board now, and I think the slicer for Sailfish uses STL. And maybe I'm getting the format that the slicer uses mixed up with something else that's odd about there was something odd about the printer with its default firmware. Maybe I'll put it that way. Yeah, that's right, X3G. And maybe even with Sailfish, I have to use X3G, but... Well... no, I haven't tried magnetizing it, and I probably should. And if I have to hold any more metal... I think that's... If I have to do any more metal screws, I'll magnetize it, because you're right, there's a magnet right there. Alright, but I got the Picade X in. Wiring the joystick. There are 4 sets of wires. The joystick, console buttons, utility buttons, and power button. Alright. Well, actually I have more because I'm upgrading the buttons, but let's see here. So, here we go. So, this cable is for the joystick. Because it says the one with the DuPont connector. So, connect that to the pins on the underside of the joystick. Where did I set that assembly aside to? There it is. Alright. Well. Alright, so I'm going to plug the... Wait a minute, is that... It's a connector that looks like it should lock into place, but... I don't think it will. Alright, come on. Alright, there we go. So, got the cable plugged into the joystick. Wires from left to right are up, down, looking from below. The connector attaches from... left, right, up, down, left, right, and ground. As you're looking at the connector from below with the wires going downwards, so... The dashed wire is going to be up. Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and plug the dashed wire into up. There we go. Oh, okay. And if I plugged it in wrong, then I can fix it later. Take one of the sets of 12 wires Alright. So one of the sets of 12 wires. Alright. Is this right? One of the sets of 12 wires, and separate the strands a little into 6 pairs at the end with the spades. Alright. So I'll separate these a little more. Working from one side of the cable, connect each pair of spades to each button. Alright. First, though, I need to one, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Take 6 of the RGB boards and alright, so the RGB boards just install. So there's an LED side, and the LEDs go towards the front of the button. And I don't remember if the instructions recommended an orientation, so hopefully I guessed correctly. Wait a minute, I thought oh, there we go. I knew I poured 6 out. All right, RGB. And then I'm going to wire these in some logical sense. Basically, I'm going to go one side of the cable to the other, and so it doesn't matter which side goes on which. But I think to keep the routing of this cable somewhat sane, I'm going to kind of run the wires like so. So the first pair went to this button, second pair the one below it, the third pair. We'll do the top button because I'll sort this all out on the controller side. Because that hat that's on the Raspberry Pi is what's going to take the signals from these buttons and turn them into the controls that whatever game you're playing is going to expect. Which you configure in MAME. So I guess if you're playing a game that, which I think for most of the games it'll turn them into key presses for the buttons. Although it could turn them into like joystick fire buttons. I didn't get far enough in the instructions to see exactly how it looks to MAME, but and it may be configurable, so it may be able to configure emulating a joystick or like a gamepad or a keyboard press. Okay, so I've got those buttons wired. And this is where I need to go take a glance at the instructions for the RGB buttons, because I think I need to start running those wires too. There we go. If you're wiring up all 10 buttons, we'd recommend wiring the plasma PCBs in the following order when looking at your Picade console from the front. So it'd be left side button, which I haven't wired yet. I'll have to get that. Top front button. Or no, left side button, front left button. Okay, we haven't installed that one yet. Front right button. Okay, that one's not installed yet. Right side button. Top right. Okay, top right, top middle, top left, bottom middle, bottom right. Out from in. Use the longer cables to go between the side and front buttons. And the first button's on the control panel. Use the shorter cables to connect between the control panel buttons. Alright. So just because it'll be easier to do this now, I'm going to go ahead and try to install these. I think I'm going to have to unplug the joystick header. Alright, I'll just have to remember which was the up control. Alright, so I'm not going to run... Actually, you know, there's one thing I can do to make this go a little smoother. I think these 3 buttons on the top would be good candidates to reverse, so that I'm not crossing the wire headers. Just see if I can't push the arcade button out. I'm trying to use a spudger to trying to... Oh, of course. That's really fun. The buttons wanted to seemingly wanted to push out on their own until, of course, I get to the point where I realize that I should have put them on, the top ones on in a different orientation. Alright, well, let me see if I can't... Come on, buttons. I know you'll push out. Come on. Yeah, of course. Alright, whatever. I guess they don't want to come out easily. Alright, I'll just cross the streams. Whatever. Alright. So out. Out. To in. Out. To in. So basically, this is creating an RGB LED chain between these buttons. Out. To in. Out. To in. Out. To in. I'll get the Alright, let me plug these spade connectors back in. That's kind of what holds the board in place. 1, 2, fixing the way these wires go, because some of them are... And... There we go. All right. Beautiful. I'm working on the buttons now. I just got the buttons on this panel wired, and I was fighting with the RGB wires. All right. I need to take the other wires, separate 2, and and I need to connect them to the other buttons, which seemingly I missed the step that told me to actually insert them. So I will insert the buttons now. Alright, there's 1. 2. Got those buttons, and then the no, don't want to insert it that direction. There we go. And the 1-up and the... There we go. Buttons on the front. So now it's got to... Alright, this is where I'm quickly running out of space on my desk. Hi, Angular. Angular. I can't read tonight. Right. Pop these RGB boards on. Well, Adam, if you were playing with your 512, you probably just missed me fighting with wires. I think that's probably all I managed to do in that time. It says to wire these. What are the other buttons it said to? Wiring the player buttons. Oh. It wants me to wire these buttons in a certain order, and I'm going to reject their suggestion and... wire them in the order that the wires will reach to. Alright. I will, however, turn this button the other way around, because otherwise I'll never get the wires in around the speaker. Actually, that might be even better orientation. No, I guess it wants to go in that way. Alright. Oh, there we go. That's how it snaps in. Alright, I will get this together someday. I think plugging in these spade connectors is the most annoying of the things to do. Alright, and power button. Pair of spades closest to the edge of the button. Well, I think that would be these two. Alright. Okay. So this one is the it's marked inside which one's which. Yeah, this is a lot of work. So that first is the escape. Escape. And then the next one over is coin. And the next one over is going to be one up. I did not connect them in the order they suggested because the wires seem to go better in a different direction. One up. Next, this one over here is, oh, enter. And this last one is on. Well, all right, come on. And then I'm going to go ahead and put the RGB cables on. So all right, let's try. In. Oh, there we go. Ah, that's much better. Got the button out the side. There's the in. And let's see here. That gets one of the longer ones out. Yeah, of course I had to upgrade this from the get-go. All right. So the... Oh, yay! Picade plasma buttons. So it did say left side button, front left button. So from the front. Alright, so there. That goes in. HDMI adapter out of the way. There we go. So then, you know, it really does seem as if I missed a step here somewhere. out. In. Front left to front right. In. Yes, if you're building one of these for yourself, the plasma buttons I'm installing are optional. It totally works fine without the plasma buttons. And part of the reason I'm having so much trouble is just the extra fiddliness of these extra wires for the RGB bus. Basically, I'm creating a chain of addressable RGBs. Because there's 4 of them on each of these little PCBs that go behind the clear buttons. Alright. Quite honestly, it seems like I missed the... I think there's a step that I missed that told me to attach the front bezel to the frame, which I'm going to go ahead. I can't really read the directions. I don't have enough room to read them, so I'm just going to go ahead and attach this front frame so I don't yank on wires in a bad way. Seems like it should be about time to attach it anyways. Well, if I can... There we go. All right. I'm looking at the clock and realizing that I underestimated how long this was going to take. There we go. Also realize I'm missing the chat. All right. And put this last RGB wire in. Alright, so let me connect these wires here to the back. So, let's see, the joystick, the dashed wire was up. And for these other buttons, should be wired in order. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute, is that correct? 1, 2. Oh, no, that is not correct. I wired them in the order that made sense based on how the buttons are. So that is actually 2, 1, 4, 3, 6, 5. As I wired them in the order that made the wiring easier on the button end. There we go. Not necessarily easier on the control end. Alright. So let me see here. I think at some point I may want to tape those wires to hold them in. Alright. So there's that. Oh, and I need to plug in the wires for the plasma. Alright, so for the plasma, pins marked on the plasma, PCB, data clock, 5 volt, and ground. So see, data goes to the button marked, or the terminal marked button 7. Well, that makes sense. Button 7. Clock goes to button 8. Yep, that is data, clock, 5 volt, and ground. So 5 volt goes to 5 volts. And it says it doesn't matter which, but it would make more sense to plug it in to the 5 volts and ground that are provided beside button 7 and button 8 connectors. Alright. Alright, I've got the plasma connected. Hopefully correctly. Back to the wiring the power button and speaker. The remaining pair of wires, the red and black ones, are for the LED on the power button. Alright. Connect the red one to the button on the button. There's a terminal on the button that has a plus sign on it. And it beats me which one it is because I certainly can't see it. Oh, wow. That is really faint. Okay. So there is one marked with a plus. The marking is not that great, but it is marked. So I was able to identify which one it is thanks to the most expensive flashlight that I own. Which I think for this build, seemingly, I have to drop everything I use on the ground once. Alright. Take the pairs of pins on the other end and connect them to the... Well, where did my phone fall to? Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. Got it. Alright. Red, black LED on the power button. Speaker wires push into the terminals marked speaker, positive, and negative. Alright. Well, I'm hoping the speaker has good sound, because the description of the Picade made it sound like the enclosure was made with a material that will make the speaker sound better, and, well, who am I to doubt the British engineers that worked on this product? After all, they gave us such fine automobiles, like the... was it the Range Rover and the... some other British car? It's said to use a pin or a small screwdriver to gently press in the clips on the speaker terminals as you push the wires firmly in. Oh, there we go. And yes, it does require a firm pushing the wire in. I'm sure this is some type of spring-style terminal block. I prefer the ones where you kind of push the spring sideways with the screwdriver. Alright, so I got the speaker wired. Take the remaining pair of plastic brackets and attach them to the underside of the console. Oh, okay. Yep, I already did that because I got tired of things falling off. See, connect the HDMI cable from the Pi to the display driver on the board. Alright. I should probably turn this in a way where you can see things, but I really need to make sure things are secure before I do that. Alright. Slot the console in and attach the side panels with another pair of Oh, that's where I need to attach these. Okay. That. Yes, I haven't attached these yet. Okay. Yes, I need to attach the bracket that holds the front on. I think it would be easier if I attach the bracket on the front first. Alright. Alright, I think I have some objections to some of these assembly steps, or the order, but, well, overall it's been I mean, nothing super complex, but long. Good night, angular momentum. I actually naively thought I would be done by 11. Needless to say, considering how long it's taken, I might not even ultrasonically clean those boards tonight, yet I'll have warmed up the water for nothing. Alright, so there's that. So now I can push the front on. And then hopefully, well, I was hoping oh, there, come on. Alright, now I'm just trying to get the screw to go through the hole. There we go. There's one. Two. And And now for the toughest 2 screws to put the nuts on. In fact, some would say this is just nuts. Thanks, Jay. I think you've... Oh. Now this is where is that the screw? I hope so. Well, all right. Yay! I think I got the nut on one of these screws. This is the toughest part because there's not that much clearance at all to get your hand in to hold the nut. Some would say that it's just nuts how little room you have. Alright, so I'm going to pop the button out. Because there's even less room on this other side because of where the speaker is. Okay, this one I can't really do as easily blind, so I'm going to set this down on its side so I can attempt to somewhat see where the screw head is. Because I think I realized I'm off the script because I see something else that maybe I should have attached, but haven't. Uh-oh. There we go. Alright. Now I can snap the button back in, push its PCB into place. Oh, I thought it snapped in. Oh. All right. That's on. Attaching the console. Slide the console and attach the side panels. Attach the 4 rubber feet. Well, I don't know if it matters where I put them. The instructions don't say. There's no markings on the bottom. So I'll just put them on the 4 corners, except that... Well, I guess I can't put it in that far corner. Alright. Alright. Feet are attached. I don't know. I haven't. Probably just Mario. That one's an easy one to play. I'll probably lose in the first 5 seconds of the game the first time I try it, because I always do. Because I forget that you have to jump when you do. Alright, display. Connecting the display and power. Connect the HDMI cable to the display driver board. Okay, I did that. Plug the big end of the micro USB cable into one of the USB ports on the Pi. No, they could have said the USB-A connector, but, well. Alright. Does it matter which connector I plug it into? Oh, well, that's only a USB... It's a USB-C cable, so I guess I'll plug it in that one. Plug the power. There we go. The monitor is powered. It's got a My cable management is pretty bad in here. At least the back is about to go on. Use the remaining 2.5 bolts and nuts to connect the keypad to the inside of panel B. Connect the ribbon cable between the keypad and the display driver board. Alright, so ribbon cable in. I hope I'm doing it right. Instructions are somewhat vague as to... It doesn't say... I think the blue side goes up, or facing you. Because I think the contacts in these connectors for the keypad are on the PCB. I'm trying to plug this in. There we go. Alright, and then this attaches like so. Ah. Okay. Well, I presume these buttons are accessible from the outside. Actually, Adam, that I was actually thinking that same exact thing. They do seem an awful like Apple 2 feet. And the weird thing is, it's been a while since I've seen Apple 2 feet, and yet, that is exactly what I thought when I saw them. Maybe someone on the Pimoroni team is an Apple 2 fan. Of course, it could just be a... Could be a large coincidence, but yeah, I was thinking that exact same thing. Alright, so now can I put the back of this on? however it goes on. Oh, it just... Okay, there we go. It just slips into place. You just kind of lift up on the top to slide it into place. That's actually pretty slick. You know, it seems like I missed a... You know, somewhere it seems like I missed a step. Because you know that dreaded time when you have extra pieces? Oh, I think I know why I have extra pieces. Okay, with the 10-inch screen, you can't install this. That's for the 8-inch screen. Okay, so that's not actually an extra piece. And... Huh. Oh. Okay. Those must be... okay, I think I know what they did. Those aren't extra pieces. Oh, but I got 2 more pieces that I didn't see where they go. There's 2 O-rings. Alright, where's the O-rings? I bet they went behind 2 of the buttons. Oh, okay. I don't know where they went. I don't see O-rings in the directions. I think those extra plastic pieces were for the 8-inch screen. Because I used the plastic pieces that came in the 10-inch screen package. And that's probably what they intended. Alright. So because I did have the forethought, I did create a image for the Raspberry Pi beforehand. Oh, I'm going to power it up, and then I'm going to have to end the stream because I have to be at work early or than normal tomorrow. Which means I'm actually not going to have a chance to ultrasonically clean those boards tonight. Oh well. Alright, so I've got power adapter. All right, moment of truth. All right, I have plugged it in. I've realized that I'm going to have to, for you to see it, I'm going to have to set it on something so I can turn it upright to the camera. And actually, I think the Picade box is strong and tall enough. And oh, there we go. Yay! It boots. I think. It works. And then we gotta wait for the Raspberry Pi to do its first boot things. Because I think it just expanded the file system, which is a good thing. Hold a button on your device to configure it. Well, alright. Oh, hold a button. Well, press F4 to quit at any time. I do not know which one is the A button because I folded up the directions. Yeah, this is good. I'll have to do another stream on setting this up. Plug a keyboard in the first boot. Alright, well, I sure followed that instruction great. Okay. Oh, okay, I know what those O-rings are. They're rubber bands. It's to hold the back on. So, well, this is where I am going to have to realize that I don't have a keyboard that I can easily plug into this. So, I know, I got all the way to get to the part where it's asking me to hold the A button on my device. And I don't know which button is the A button, because I keep setting the directions aside. Let me go to the Picade wiki. Keyboard. Oh. Yeah, okay. Yep, okay, this is the where I realized that I really did need to plug a keyboard in. Actually, it probably is that one, but I just realized the instructions say that after you get to this screen, you have to press F4 on the keyboard to install the Picade to install the driver for the arcade buttons. So yeah, I can't actually do anything more because I don't have a keyboard down here, and I really do have to be at work earlier than normal tomorrow. Which kind of makes me want to I do have USB keyboards, but they're not down here. That's the problem. Let me make sure I'm not making a liar out of myself. I know, I'm so close. Alright, tell you what, I am so close. Let me go upstairs. I'll go grab a keyboard. And so I'll be... Well, if I'm streaming in 4 hours, then I'm going to be late to my 8 o'clock meeting tomorrow. So let me go grab a keyboard so we can really quickly... I think I would be late to my 8 o'clock meeting tomorrow. Let me go upstairs real quick. I'll grab a keyboard. I'll be right back. Because, yeah, I want to see this thing work. Alright, so I have a keyboard, which I will leave downstairs because that would be silly at this point to take it back upstairs. Alright, so now if I hit function 4, it will exit out to the... Oh, that's really cool. Really cool themed header for the console. Alright, so that I can read what I'm doing, I'm going to do that, and now I need to configure Wi-Fi. Oh. Hold on. That was in the RetroPie menu. You know, I have to say, this is a really nice screen on this. I was somewhat wondering if this is actually like one of those 10-inch iPad screens, but I'm not sure if it is or not. Alright. I am rebooting so I can get to the RetroPie menu so I can set up Wi-Fi so that I can hold... RetroPie menu under Configure Wi-Fi. Alright, good night, DJ Craze. I'm trying to figure out which step I have missed in the instructions. How do you get to the RetroPie menu? Alright, we'll just, use Raspberry config. Let's see here. System options, wireless LAN. I am in the United States. SSID. Let's see here. Enter passphrase. Oh yeah, there's definitely a passphrase. Let's see here. Which I do not have memorized. Oh, good. Whoops. Hold on. I made a typo somewhere. Quite possibly in my passphrase. Alright. Huh. That's weird. Doesn't like my passphrase. Let me make sure I am typing the SSID correctly. Hyphen. Alright, I'll give it one more try, otherwise I'm gonna go to the go figure out which config file it's in. Okay. Oh, it would help if I type on the right keyboard. Yeah, no, it's not liking something. So I need to configure it. I need to use something other than Raspberry config because Welcome Wizard taskbar, Raspberry config tool, manual configuration. There we go. All right. It's Etsy WPA supplicant WPA supplicant.conf. Country equals US. It looks like that was configured. Control. Alright, let me try this. Network. network equals open parenthesis SSID equals my SSID. Oh. Oh, I know what the problem is. That's why I couldn't type my SSID. The keyboard locale's wrong. Raspberry Pi defaults to UK. I don't know what layout, but it was UK, whatever the UK keyboard layout is. Yeah, set to generic 105 key PC, international, and I need to set it to generic 104 key PC. And then change it to US. I realized what it was when I was trying to manually edit the WPA supplicant file, and when I was trying to do shift for the double quote, I was getting the @ symbol, and I realized, yeah, that's why I could not type my SSID in, because the special characters, which my SSID has plenty of them, that were getting messed with, and it wasn't the ones in the SSID, because I can see those. It was the ones in the passphrase. Yes. I have a feeling I was putting the pound sign in my passphrase, and that would have not worked. Ta-da! Alright, let me reboot for good measure, and then I will install the Picade software. Oh, you would think I would have learned by now that I need a shorter passphrase, but no. Because security! But actually, at this point, I have so many devices on my Wi-Fi network, I'm not changing it. Well, unless I have to. Yeah. Yes, we got rid of the British keyboard layout in 1776. Indeed, Adam. All right. Let's try this. Well, that's weird. Get Pimoroni.com/Picade hat bash. Script will install everything needed to use Picade hat. Alright, I like that. Always be careful when running scripts and commands copied from the internet. Ensure they are from a trusted source. That is always sage advice. I believe, though, this is from Pimoroni's own website, so I should be good. The script should only be run on a Raspberry Pi with the Raspberry Pi OS. Other systems and single-board computers are not supported and may explode. Okay, so you've been warned. If you want to see what the script does before running it, you should run the curl command without pipe bash. Alright, do I want to continue? Yes. Because I am feeling adventurous. And I got an error. Right, repository raspbian.raspberrypi.org/raspbian buster in release changed its suite value from stable to old stable. Repository archive.raspberrypi.org/debian buster in release changed its suite value from testing to old stable. Apt failed to update indices. Well, that's not cool. Well, that's not cool at all. Huh. Okay. I know, that's disappointing. Alright, let me by chance see if the instructions for the latest version of this troubleshooting, no signal. I get an apt failed. Ah, here we go. Oh. That's easy. I just need to issue a sudo apt update. Alright, I'll accept that. Yeah, I'll accept that too. I don't know why. Alright, yep. Luckily, they have that on their website. You just have to issue a sudo apt update and then rerun the command they tell you to install the software. I think their website says this error sometimes crops up when new versions of Raspberry Pi OS are being introduced. Sudo apt update gets the indices back in sync. Oh, alright. It looks like it installed everything and is now, it warned me that support for my operating system is experimental. Okay. Well, I'm sure it'll work. Alright, looks like we're back up and running. Sudo reboot. It says to reboot. And well, alright, now that I think I can, now that I'm done configuring things and needing to see what I'm typing more, I will let you all have the better view of the screen. How's that for a deal? Translation after I've entered my SSID and password. Alright, the instructions say to now, if I hold Alt key on the keyboard, now, oh, here we go. Alt key on the keyboard and then select Configure Input. Whoops. Well, start. Well, I guess I could do that, but the video out of the Pi in the scaler means I can't use the screen on it. I'll have to do that. I don't have a scaler. Actually, I don't need. Actually, for HDMI, I don't need a scaler. I just plug it directly into my capture card, and I'm already. I'll reconfigure this because. Well, I think it's telling me configuring keyboard, but I think what I really needed to do was configure the, yeah, no, do it next time. Well, it would seem as if I locked up RetroPie. Yeah, I'll have to get a splitter. I don't have a splitter. My capture card theoretically might work without needing a scaler because it's got HDMI, because it's HDMI and not VGA. I locked RetroPie up. How's that for? Wow, I really did lock RetroPie up. Oh, the power button worked. Oh, that probably means my drivers are installed. The soft shutdown worked that time. All right, let's try again. All right, D-pad up, down, oh. Oh. Apparently I put the cable on backwards. Lovely. Okay. Because the instructions say that if your D-pad, if your joystick only one direction works, you put the cable on backwards. And it looks like that's the case. Alright, well. Alright, let me shut this down. Because I need to unplug it so I can... Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. I thought I was very careful in making sure I had the cable going in the right way, but... Well, then again, I probably forgot. I'll next time I stream this, I'll at least just run the cable into a scaler and deal with the fact that I'll have a little bit of lag. It's not like It's not like I'll probably notice much of a difference from playing whatever games I install on it. Because actually, I don't have any games on this micro SD card. Anyways, I just want to see it work. Alright. So hold Alt. There we go. So D-pad up, down, left, right. I don't know which is start and select. It'd be nice if I could skip some of these buttons because I don't have all these buttons. Well. Oh. Well, that... Uh-oh. I got a button. That's button stuck. Well, I got a stuck button. I probably should have connected a mouse. Hold any button to skip. Ah, there we go. Alright, I've got a... There's a problem, and I'm going to have to fix it before I can do much further. But I don't know if you can tell, but apparently I've managed to get one of the buttons to stick. And yes, now I see that the part of the screen I couldn't read said, hold button to skip config. But I got this button here. Oh. Yeah, for some reason, one of these buttons doesn't... Alright, I think I got it unstuck now. There we go. It's not bound anymore. Alright. I would be curious to know if Pimoroni suggests any buttons for controls over top of any other ones, because I have no creativity right now for what buttons I want to use as what. Oh, and I don't know what I just dropped on the floor. It was in my instructions. I hope it wasn't important. Alright. Press and hold Alt. So, up, down, left, right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looking at the diagram here. Enter, escape, 1-up, coin. Alright. A, B, X, Y. So I think I want... bottom front at right. So this one here. Because I'm trying to translate is start the, because there's also the enter, escape, one up, and coin buttons. Oh, bottom front. So, all right, that one. And then I guess that's going to be select. Button A. YouTube chat ate the link. When I'm done streaming, put the link in the comments. YouTube won't eat those. Well, I guess in the interest of time, I'll A, B, B. B up. Well, I guess I'm going to have to. Well, that's disappointing. That button is. Now that button's actually not only was it stuck, the oh wait a minute. Actually, I think, okay. Top 6 buttons on the top face are B, Y, R, S, A, X, L, S. Well, the problem is, though, one of the buttons is actually not. It's not registering when I press it. And it's also sticky. Also going to be. Alright, it is plugged in. Okay. Oh, maybe it wasn't. Alright, let me do a check here real quick. Yeah, I know it shouldn't, but here's me kind of trying to test it, and all right. Do I have little clip leads? No, I don't have any clip leads. All right. So that is button 3. So here, Okay. There's the button stuck in. No, that was me touching the probes together because I'm trying to hold the probes with one hand so I can press the button with the other hand. Oh. Alright, so that's 3. 2. Wait a minute. Alright. So, alright. So this should be button... Yeah, I just pulled all the button wires and just trying to see if I have anything that I can use to help me test these buttons before I drop anything else on the floor, which is too late. I've already dropped something on the floor that I didn't really want to drop. Oh, there's where my safety glasses went. Oh, I do have clip leads. All right. I forgot I'd ordered a set of these. There we go. They're short, but they'll work. Let me pick this. All right. Yeah, that's what I was trying to use. Okay, this is some really weird set. Why doesn't that... Oh. Okay, that explains why they are seemingly extremely short clip leads. It's because the clip leads don't directly plug into the multimeter. Yeah, I'm trying to test them, but I'm having trouble trying to hold the probes onto the jumper the wires with one hand, because the pins on the button, the leads on the button want to deform. All right. All right, so that's button 5. I think that's button 5. Yeah, I'm just trying to express test because... Yeah, it's button 5. I will be stopping at 1 o'clock. I have to stop at 1 o'clock. I really do have an early meeting tomorrow. Okay, so... So if that's button 5... Oh, well, maybe... Okay, so this is probably button 4, 3, button 1. Okay. I think I got these really mixed up when I wired them. That's probably why... One reason I was having so much trouble. Alright, so that was button 1. So I think this is button 2. Or, button... Oh, no, this is probably button 4. Yeah, that's... Okay. Button 4... Oh, come on. Button 1 and 4. So this is going to be button 2. Alright, let me... Okay, let me start over again. So this is button... Button none of them. Alright. Well, that, I think that confirms it. One of these plasma buttons is broken. Well, that would be one reason why I had so much trouble. Yeah, one of those buttons is not making any contact. Well, I think on that disappointing note, because that means I'm going to have to take this piece back off and I guess put the boring non-RGB buttons on in their place, because I think I've got 2 buttons that are not working. Because this one I don't think's working, but the wire I was just trying to test is one of these 2, and it's not working either. There's no continuity when I close the button. So I'm actually going to have to take that top off and I'm going to have to at least change out some of the buttons. And actually, I'm probably going to have to check continuity on all of the buttons, because there's a problem with at least one of them. And I guess I probably need to check the continuity of the buttons and the wires, because it's possible maybe I broke one of the wires. So on that, I know, on that disappointing note, because I am not going to go down that rabbit hole tonight, Who knows? Oh, I think I bumped my camera at some point. Oh. Just so everyone knows that my basement is not crooked. Although I guess with the angle of that lens, it's, well, I guess it looks like I can't make the entire basement look straight because of the angle of the lens. But whatever. Alright, on that disappointing note, I am going to have to call it quits for tonight. I don't know, maybe considering this is on my workbench, maybe I'll move the 2CI recap to another night this week and continue this tomorrow. If I do that, I'll see if I can't actually get an HDMI cable plugged in so I can actually capture the video output from it. I won't have a splitter, but at least I can do direct HDMI capture, which will at least... that'll be the consolation prize. I think I've got one, so well, actually... yeah, I've got one I can use. So anyways, if you like this stream, even though it didn't quite end as well as I'd hoped, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment. I will continue on this. I'm also going to make a note of 1-Bit Fever Dreams' button layout so that when I do manage to get all of the buttons to detect, I can very quickly set them up. Of course, then it's going to require me to find a pen, which is probably equally as elusive on my desk as... oh, there we go. That'll work. Got a pencil here. Yeah, I know. I will, well, at least the one good thing about the meeting is that I have tomorrow morning is I think they'll have plenty of fresh coffee, so at least I'll be able to take advantage of that. Anyways, I do have to call it quits, so thank you all for joining me. Have a great rest of your evening, and I hope to see you next time. Take care.